Hello everyone, and welcome back to the live stream. My apologies for it stopping earlier on. Unfortunately, my computer decided it's a very good idea to give me a blue screen right on the moment of landing. So, as said, I did have that blue screen earlier on, so my sincerest apologies for those. I do guesstimate that the blue screen has been caused by changing to DLSS, but anyway, here we are, back in the A310, and we are about to do our second flight. This flight is going to lead us from Berlin to Brussels, where we are going to head over a delegation of the German government. And once again, we are gonna fly this one on VATSIM, of course. Also, very good news, my livery that you see on screen is finally live on flightsim.to, and I have linked to it in the video description below. So you can download the livery there. Please do note it is a work in progress, so there are a couple things that are not 100% right yet, like for example, some parts of the engines showing in white over here, or the aft part of the flap fairings. So those are going to be corrected over the time, but nonetheless, since there was no livery of the Luftwaffe available yet, I decided to make this one, and I hope that you guys are going to enjoy it. Now, it is my very first repaint for Microsoft Flight Simulator. I did do a little bit of painting before in P3D, but things have changed totally, so that's where we are right now. Also note, I did have to develop a couple, well, at least for me, a couple new techniques. So, if things aren't 100% perfect yet, well, I don't claim them to be, but anyway, that's it. So, trying to reconnect to VATSIM, and it tells me I can't because there are too many clients connected. That's interesting. So let's try another server. Here we go, UK server works. Both Canada and Germany were unfortunately totally full. Anyway, here we are. And for our next sector, we are gonna fly from Berlin to Brussels. And for those of you who just joined, I had a blue screen right after landing. So, Ufran also had a blue screen yesterday, right after takeoff. Well, that's interesting. I mean, normally one says that aircraft can't cause blue screens because it has to happen on a system level, but if I'm not the only one... Well, before we start like that, let's head over into the next flight, see what's gonna happen. Weather in Brussels is forecast good, as we can see over here. Cologne is our alternate, which is Kavok as well. And this time we have 97 people on board. For the fuel, we'll take 9 tons once again. And that should pretty much be all our setup then. Alright, so, back into the airplane. Let's get it powered up again. At least, this way, I most definitely get to practice my startup procedures. That is for sure. So, batteries on, hydraulics off, wiper off, gear lever down, flap slat handle are in agreement, reverse levers down, fuel levers cut off, weather radar off, APU fire test. Is completed. Power is on, APU is not needed, IRS mode selectors over to nav. And we have the IRS display unit on the 1 and present position. Oxygen on, annunciators. Test. And that is looking good, okay. Align IRS. Yep, that's what we want to do. Okay, then let's quickly go into the EFB and load up. Oops. And load up the plane. So we said we are gonna take 97 passengers. And simply we've calculated zero fuel weight of 89 tons, so a little bit of cargo as well. And then for the fuel we said 9 tons is gonna do the trick. So 9.2 it is. Do we have anything on board now? Yeah, too much, okay. Then we can't do real-time loading, but anyway, that won't play too much a role. Metal, I heard you have to update to the newest NVIDIA driver. Well, we'll see. If the thing repeats, then we are gonna update, and if not, then not. Okay, so let's quickly check our systems again. Seatbelts go on, calls checked, flight control into the ground position, strobe light and logo light. Trim switches, we certainly don't need to shut our galley when we have politicians on board. And let's do the fire test as well. Okay, so let's see if the pressurization system works this time though. That is gonna be interesting, because it didn't on the last flight, but well, maybe things are different now. Maybe. With a bit of luck. With a bit of luck. Anyway. So we left off with an altimeter setting of 1033. That still reads about fine. Connection lost, oh no, now this stuff starts again. Well, we can't change it now, so we'll have to live with it and see what we're gonna get in the end. Let's put it in that way though, it won't be much of a surprise if the Microsoft servers are under huge demand today, so that's not all too concerning, or at least not all too surprising. Okay, then let's start our FMS programming. Successfully connected, I like that. Alternate Cologne. We don't have a company route, we don't need one. Flight level 340 is planned, and we are the German Air Force 517 on this one. Cruise wind 181 at 29. Okay, runway 25 right, and what do we have? Lockdoor 1 November departure, okay. Oh, only have Lockdoor 1 Alpha on 25 right. Well, that's fine with me. Insert. And Zulu 20 towards Mike Alpha Golf. Zulu 92 Abguss. Direct Tolta. Direct Abami. Zulu 717 towards Nerel. Tango 844 Ageni. Sorry, 855. So, towards Ageni. Grandam, thank you very much for the €10 donation. And Metal Eye, nice to see you back. Thank you so much for the $11.99 donation earlier on. My stream cut out there before I could say thank you, but I'm saying it now. Thank you so much. I just saw it in the replay here in my streaming software. Thank you very much for the donation, both of you. Okay, and Tango 855 Betty. Alright, and from there we have our arrival. They say runway 07 is active, so it's probably gonna be 07 left then. And what do they have over there? Not a lot. VOR approach, okay, so VOR 07 left from Betty 5 Alpha, and that's probably taking us to where? I can't see before we inserted it. Okay, then we gotta insert this first. Let's see, towards Flora, okay. Then, let's see, we have 89.10 fuel, and that's 9.2 tons of block. Okay, 9.2, 89.1, and the CG is 28.6. Let's go ahead and do some takeoff calculations then. Takeoff run available 3600. Runway is dry, runway QDM 245. Wind, what do we have? Variable 1, okay, so we'll just take wind 0. Temperature is 13 and the QNH is 1032. Okay, takeoff weight, let's see, 98.2. Come on, what's wrong with my typing? 98.2, that's perfect. We're gonna take some flaps, anti-ice off, air conditioning on, calculate. 38, 38, 65, 59 degrees flex temperature. So, 138, 138, and 165. Well, we'll have to tune that once the IRSs are aligned. So we can't do that yet. Okay. Andy, for your information, the QDM and Tora were available to click and fill in automatically just to the left of the number 1 of the pad. It gets the info from the selected SID. Well, that's good to know. So, if we click over here, you say... Let's try that. Ah! Okay. That makes life easy. Thank you so much. That was a really good recommendation there, Andy. Thank you very much. Okay, so nav accuracy upgraded. That means alignment is complete. Very good. So pitch trim can go on and we can set our V2. 165. And the altitude can go down to 5000, which is supposed to be our initial climb. Profile and nav armed. And decision height -5 as recommended by Airbus. I'm choosing the VOR displays here because it doesn't filter the airports, which leads to some hugely incorrect display in terms that every single grass runway is shown on the navigation display here, which is kinda, well, not appropriate for a heavy aircraft. Well, anyway, let's go ahead and get our IFR clearance. Ground is online on 121.85, and they have an HOTAS, which is Information Quebec. Berlin delivery, hello, German Air Force 517, Information Quebec, request startup and clearance. German Air Force 517, cleared to Brussels by the Lockdoor 1 Alpha departure, runway 25 right, climb 5,000 feet, squawk 1,000, and we have Information Quebec. One 025, German Air Force 517, bye. Okay. So that's all pre-selected, then let's run our pre-flight checklist. Or rather our before start checklist down to the line. Cockpit prep completed, signs, on and auto, fuel quantity, 9.2 tons, navigation check set, landing elevation set, altimeters, 1033 reading 200, and brake any skid is on, before start checks complete down to the line. So let's get the APU up and running. In the meantime, let's do a quick test if we have, if we actually see any of those passengers. No, doesn't look like it. Oh, unfortunate, but kinda expected as well, wasn't it? It's incredible how quiet it's getting back here. Probably not 100% realistic, but I guess you just can't have it all, can you? And Alex, how is my frame rate? To be honest, it's not 100%, but it could be better, but it could also be worse. So there's definitely room for improvement for the frame rates, but it is playable in my opinion. Okay, still starting the APU. That's taking ages, man. Anyway, for those of you who just rejoined, this is the livery we're flying, which is the German Air Force, Luftwaffe, and I've painted that one myself, and it's just became available on flightsim.to, so you can find the link in the video description below, and you can have a look over there. And Bone King 1, does anyone know how to set up the honeycomb throttle quadrant with the Airbus levers with the A310, especially the two reverse thrust levers don't work? Well, this is how I have set mine up. So this is mine. I've just went idle is idle, toga is toga, and for the reverse I'm still defaulting to using a button instead, which I believe is probably the easiest option. I know you can have reversers on the axis here, but without knowing where exactly the idle stop is, I kinda don't like that. My personal opinion. Okay, APU running. Then power can go. And prepare for pushback and departure. Okay. Then we did get our startup clearance earlier on, so beacon on, APU bleed on, ignition on, before start checklist below the line. Windows and doors. Closed, beacon on, park and brake set. Before start checklist complete. Start engine number 2. Luckily this is the taxi out position, so we don't have to worry about GSX. Well, GSXing. You guys know what I'm talking about. N2. All press. N1. Lansness 22, what happened last flight? Well, just after touchdown my computer got a blue screen. And that is what happened. HOTAS that we can't hear ATC. Oh, that's interesting. But yeah, looking at it, that's what my program tells me as well. Okay, then starting engine 1, and while the engine is starting, let's quickly review those settings. So, now you should probably hear ATC, at least as soon as they start talking. Yeah, now you should hear them. Okay, and fuel on. Right, so, can you confirm that now you can hear traffic control?
126 at 425, danke für den Service und schönen Tag noch, das ist Sierra Bravo.
Okay, start a cutout. And ignition off, APU bleed off, APU master off, anti-ice off, speed brake, rudder trim 0, flaps 15, and trim we need 0.3 up. Someone asked me that on the earlier flight, so this is where you can see your trim scale in the A310. Okay, after start checks. Pitch trim, 0.3 up set, rudder trim, 0, spoilers, arms, flat flaps, 15. Ecam status, checked, anti-ice off, command signal received, after start checks complete. The entire load, German Air Force 517, request taxi.
Lost 300 kilo, line up runway 25 left.
No, that is not what I asked you.
German Air Force 517, Berlin Tower low, taxi holding point, runway 25 right via Gold Kilo 4.
Taxi holding point 25 right via Gold Kilo 4, German Air Force 517. Okay, so it's gonna be a right turn out. And then over to the left.
Right Romeo, Alpha, Hotel, Victor 1.
Okay, clear left. Clear right. Brake released. Off we go.
Takeoff runway 5 left,
Brake check. Pressure 0.
Auto 180, Tango Hotel.
And here we go again. We should be far enough away from that 787. Okay, so we did via Golf, that means we go left, right, and then immediately left again. That 787 is a huge airplane. Actually, that A350, what am I saying here? 787. Oh boy. That A350 is a huge airplane. You gotta be careful with the wingtips. But there is definitely enough space between us two.
300 kilo, contact stadium radar 16, Sigma 45, goodbye.
12645, land to 300 kilo, bye.
Okay, let's do a quick review of our takeoff briefing. Left seat takeoff, runway 25 right, flaps 15, noise abatement, procedure number 2, and we are using a bucket at 1500. Takeoff speed 138, 138, 165, and the sit straight out, right turn, and contact ATC when advised by the tower. Emergency straight out 25 miles, climbing 3000. Any questions? No, very good. Brake max. Takeoff config test. And don't go into the grass. Okay, B4 takeoff checklist down to the line. German Air Force 517, runway 25 right, clear for takeoff. German Air Force 517, runway 25 right, clear for takeoff. So let's do flight control track. Up. Down, left, right, and we'll skip the rudder. So, clear for takeoff. Kilo 4 is next to the right. Before takeoff checklist. Flight controls checked. Briefing. Confirmed, slats flaps, 15, 15. Performance and FMAs. So we have 59 degrees flex temperature. And the FMAs are climb and left out. Takeoff config, check, transponder set, before takeoff checklist complete down to the line and below the line. Can do as well. Cabin secured, TCAS, Tara, on ignition of anti-ice. Before takeoff checklist complete. Okay, here we go for the second round. Clear on the left, clear on the right. Timing, and let's go. Stabilized. Set takeoff thrust.
Taxi right home, you right alpha, hold for Cockpit door 1.
Takeoff thrust set, indications normal.
Later 757 Papa, line up 125 right.
100 knots.
On rotor. Runway 25 right, tracking 25 left, clear for takeoff.
You're up. Auto rate. The flight director is still doing some interesting movements there. I have a feeling like I should just ignore it. Okay, we manually flew on the last one. Let's do autopilot on this. Water to destination, Air Force 517, bye. Let's do that. No air traffic control online anymore. And acceleration altitude. Let's see what happens if we due to level change. Some of the Innie-build guys said that they rather do that. Okay. Slabs up and slabs retract. That's not that much better either. Back to profile then. Both are equally bad at accelerating, I have a feeling. Okay, flaps up for lights, set standards, passing 4-1, climbing 160 after takeoff from climb checklist. Sled flaps, retracted, landing gear up and neutral, packs on altimeters. Standard after takeoff climb checklist complete. Brandon, are there any simulator or weather add-ons that simulate wake turbulence? There were a couple, but not for Maximum Flight Simulator. Mosoto, isn't the seat too low? Well, that's a good question. If I'm just about looking at the indicator over here, then it does seem to be alright. I mean, we still have to see the reverse lights, so I would say that the seat position is actually okay, but I do agree that it just looks very low overall, but that doesn't really look any better, so I would say that it is kinda okay, the seat position. But I do agree that it certainly looks a little strange. Virtual pilot in cruise, do you click on Alt Hold? No. Just use profile mode. Talking about profile, we're passing 100, so we should be accelerating now. And the seatbelts can go out. Well, those seem to be some very well-designed sunshades, if they just about can't cover the sun. It's interesting, look at this, the plane is still doing 3,000 feet a minute and more, even though it's trying to accelerate. Let's try to help it manually, let's do this. Vertical speed, let's do 1,000 feet a minute and see how good it can accelerate all of a sudden. Look at that, all of a sudden it can accelerate. Wonder how that might have happened. And back to profile. Come on, engines, let's pull back up. Perfect. Cruise level 340, let's go all the way up. Set, 340 blue, and quick look into the FMC. Progress, I guess. Cruise 340, max 410, optimum 407. Okay, but it's a rather short flight, so we'll just keep it like this. Let's see, any good direct available? Yeah, Lockdoor is a good start. Let's go direct Lockdoor. Insert. Plane motion pictures. Yes, I am on WhatsApp. Andy, did you physically reduce thrust to put it into CL mode, or did that happen automatically? That happened automatically. Airbus SimPilot, how would you rate the A310 from 1 to 10? Okay, that's the good question here. Out of the 3 flights that we did, on 2 of them, we crashed in some sort. The first one, the panel froze up and we crashed into the ground. And on the last one, the entire computer crashed after landing. The one in the middle worked, by the way. So, that is kind of spoiling it a little bit. But if we just ignore that for a moment, and if we for a moment just say that it did not crash to desktop, then I would say the first impression is actually quite good. So, it flies where we tell it to fly. All of the systems, well, many of the systems seem to work like they are supposed to. I mean, the ever-dreaded pressurization system was causing issues on the last flight. Now on this one, everything seems to be good. Outflow valves are slightly opened. Cabin pressure differential is building up. The cabin is slightly climbing. So on this one, the pressurization system seems to be working normal once again. So I really don't know what might have caused it not to do that earlier on. And apart from that, the systems mostly seem to do what they're supposed to do. The autopilot flies, well, alright-ish. It takes very long to react if you do an input, but that is not necessarily a bad thing. So that might actually be a very good thing, because I don't know the real A310, but I would expect that when you do an input into the autopilot, it does take a little while for the airplane to respond to that input. It is the same on the 737. So after all, my first impression, I would say, is that I'm optimistic. So now we just have to iron out those crashes of one sort or another that I've had so far. But apart from that, it does look like a very promising add-on. And I mean, it comes for free, so overall... Yannick, do you think the A310 crashed your computer? I don't want to say that yet, but there has been a comment from Ufran earlier on, who said that he's never had blue screens as well, and now since he installed the 310 and flew it, he also got some. Of course, we don't know if that might be related to the new Microsoft update, or if it might just be, you know, general coincidence, or whatever it may be, so we can't say that yet. But, normally, a flight simulator add-on should not be able to cause a crash to that. Yeah, they can cause crashes to desktop, of course. I meant to say they should not be able to cause a blue screen, because that is normally stuff that's going on a lower level in the system. But then again, we've seen developers hacking into all sort of stuff, so I cannot say that it is entirely impossible. Nonetheless, prior to my last flight, I did a change there in that I turned on DLSS, so maybe that caused the issue as well. So I just disabled DLSS again for this flight. And FS Flight Productions, it would not be possible for an aircraft to cause blue screens. The most it could cause, or the most it could do, is to crash the sim. Yeah, that's what I thought all the time as well, but you know, some developers hack into some of the lower levels of the systems, so if you do that, then it would be possible. And I'm not talking about aircraft systems, I'm talking about lower levels of the flight simulator. So, overall, you know, never say never. Developers do interesting things at times. And Angular Bank 15. Konali, do you have any plans for a long-haul stream? For example, somewhere from the somewhere in the Caribbean. The 310 should be fine doing something like Frankfurt Atlanta or even Frankfurt Seattle. Yes, indeed, I do have plans for a long-haul stream, and that is going to be next. That is going to be next weekend. Well, my next weekend. I believe it's the 19th, where I will be part of a charity stream of the International Virtual Airline Association. So that's going to be on the 19th. and we'll depart at some point 8 or 9 UTC, and we'll fly from Cologne to Boston. And I haven't decided yet if I'm going to take the A310 or the Boeing business jet, but one of the two. Who knows, if I can get the 310 to work a bit more reliable and not crash the desktop all the time, I might as well take it. Otherwise I'll take the BBJs. We'll see about that. Aviate and Chill, any reports of the latest update affecting the PMDG 737 in any way? So far I'm not aware of any, which doesn't mean that there is none. Hey, online service is unreachable. Please check your internet connection. And connect it again, okay. And Birdman, blue screen is more likely at driver level. Did you update the NVIDIA driver? Yeah. Normally I agree with you. It's funny, at some point in the past, it actually was proven that a flight sim add-on could cause a crash to desktop. But that was somebody hacking into the lower system level, so I have no idea if that's happening here. I guess it's not because it's aircraft included with the sim directly, and I can't imagine that Microsoft would tolerate that, but nonetheless, you know, I don't know. Okay, reaching cruise level, alt star, let's put it into profile. It looks like we have to level off first. Soto, does the sim have some sort of cache that could require clearing after driver updates? Well, it certainly can't hurt to clear your scenery cache, but I have no idea if that should actually be required or not. So, quick look into the flight plan. We've reached our cruise level. Should have taken 10 minutes, did take 13. We should have 6.9 tons of fuel on board, and we have 7.1. Alright. Virtual pilot, how did you change fuel and payloads? I did that through the electronic flight bag. So over here on the weight and balance tab, you can insert everything you need. Thereafter just click apply and then your aircraft is loaded. And that is pretty much all you need to do. Okay, so in cruise, back in the profile mode, cruise limit is selected. Let's have another quick look over the system, see if everything is actually working as intended. Which definitely looks like it. And this time the pressurization system even works. Who would have expected that? The outflow valves are open to a certain extent, which is expected. Around 8 psi differential pressure, that is normal for most commercial airliners. VS0 and the cabin altitude around about 6,500 feet. So this time everything is working as it should. Very nice. I mean, we're still at a rate of 2 out of 4 flights, but you know, that's something to start with. Diana, how good is the flight model? I would say it is good. So, overall, the flight model itself feels believable when flying the plane. You can feel there is a bit of inertia in there, but it's not too bad either. I mean, after all, this aircraft is around 160 tons or so it's not all too bad. The thrust levels seem believable. So, of course, we're flying the aircraft in a rather empty state on all our flights, so it is, well, expected that we did climb at 5,000 feet a minute, so that seemed totally normal to me. On the descent into Berlin earlier on in the other stream, the aircraft was doing something around about 2,500 feet a minute in idle thrust. Now, while that might sound excessive to some, those older aircraft, they typically can do it. So, overall, I would say that is not too bad. So, the aircraft banks at a believable rate. It taxis very nicely, I have to say. So yeah, I certainly like the flight model so far. Then, aerodynamic simulation. How do you use SimBrief? And Blockstar asking there as well. So far, love the video. Well, thank you so much, my friend. I have a question. SimBrief, is there a profile for the plane? Yes, there is a profile. Let me see if I can quickly find the link, but it used to be in the Unibuild forums. So let's just head there and have a look. Standby 1. For some reason I can't bring the browser up on the live stream. That causes some issues, so I just have to do it off screen. Alright, and here's the link to the SimBrief profile. Apart from that, regarding SimBrief integration directly inside the plane, I haven't actually used it, but they say it is available. So if you go to menu, then ACARS, and then SimBrief, and you just click on there, it should import it as far as I'm aware, but I haven't used it yet, because both the SimBrief importing profile and the HOTAS request functions are known to cause that problem where your panel just freezes up. That's why I haven't. That's why I haven't used it. So at the moment, I would not recommend to use it, but it is there. It is available. And Tom Onos, are your Microsoft online services working? At the moment there are, but I am getting internet disconnects here, so I've seen the dreaded offline message a few times in the stream and in the one before, but after all it did recover every single time, so I guess that means it's kinda okay. But of course so quickly after the update, it is not surprising that there are some problems with the servers. That usually seems to be the case. It is the case with most software companies, so it really didn't surprise me. Birdman, any chance of some external views? Yeah, be my guest. Here we go. And I would say the sound is mixed rather well. It is a little bit louder on the outside model than it is on the inside, as you surely can hear in the background. But overall, it is alright. It's not as bad as it used to be in another aircraft that I don't want to name right now. Oh, look at that, the chemtrails are working. Nicholas, thank you very much for your nice words and greetings to Australia. Nice that I finally managed to catch some of you on the live stream as well. And regarding the discussion, if you have to use the word heavy in the radio call, yes, the A310 is heavier than 136 tons, so it is a heavy aircraft indeed. Now, the actual usage of the word heavy really, at least here in Europe, depends a bit. I know that in the US they insist on it being said all the time. In Europe, or in Germany, you're supposed to say it on the first contact with air traffic control. But to be honest, in real life you rarely hear it actually said in Europe. Some airlines do it, but the majority of them just don't. You hear it really rarely on the radio. Tibor, had several flights with it since yesterday and really like it. Do you know by chance how to get the cabin used? Yes, I do know that. You have to go into the marketplace, and in there you can find an update for the A310. And you have to download and install that update in order to get the cabin. Now that update is meant especially for the computer version, so it is not available for Xbox as far as I'm aware. And that update would add your cabin. And George, 2.5 tons fuel flow per engine. Didn't expect that. Yeah, that's incredible, isn't it? Like if we just have a look down here on the gauges, fuel flow around about 2,400 kilos, I would say, per engine. That is a huge amount of fuel being burned. But then again, just have a look at this. Your gross weight is almost 100 tons in here. So it doesn't really surprise that those 100 tons need to be driven up to the sky. If we would just do some surely scientifically not correct calculation, but if we say a 737 weighs around about something 60 tons and burns 1.1 tons of fuel per engine, if we would calculate that up, we'd end up at something just below 2 tons. And this one is quite a bit larger as well. So that fuel flow, and older of course, don't forget about that. So that fuel flow, after all, isn't that surprising after all. And Canali, wasn't it like that in Europe? You need heavy only for critical phases like takeoff, landing, approach. Yeah, I do recall something going into that direction, but I'm not 100% sure right now. I just haven't flown in heavy aircraft yet. Well, soon, but I haven't flown one yet. So, what I do know is that there were some ATPL questions saying that you have to use it when you do your initial call to an air traffic controller, but I don't remember if that was limited to certain situations. And Brandon, the word heavy has to be used when you are when you fly an aircraft that has a certified maximum takeoff weight of more than 136 tons. It doesn't matter what your actual weight is. It is dependent on the certified maximum takeoff weight. And then of course we have the 757 as a small exception there to everything. But let's just keep that away from now. Okay, so I will just about take a very quick break and I will be straight back, gentlemen. And do we have any ladies? Ladies and gentlemen. Alright, and I'm back. Yannick, am I the only one waiting for him to return just to see the last 2 seconds of a nosedive? Well, not today, not today. Actually, we don't know that yet, but not yet at least. Not yet at least. Right then, quick look at Flight Radar 24 to see which runway they're actually using in Brussels. Because Brussels is a bit of a special airport. Over there, even when the wind would favor runway 07, they rarely use them, because the approach goes right over the city of Brussels. And actually Flight Radar confirms that at the moment they are landing on 25 in real life. So it's gonna be runway 25 left for us. Let's just reprogram that. Sure enough, I am going to do some non-precision approaches with it one day, but certainly helps to do some actually that was incorrect. It's going to be Yankee 25 left. Or shall we do 25 right? It's going to save us a bit of taxi time. Let's do Yankee 25 right, and we come from Flora. Insert, and that discount can be removed. There's our top of descent approaching. Slowly but steadily, as they say. Okay, in the meantime, so what are we gonna do? We have our routing pretty much inserted. Landing data. Let's see, what are we gonna do in Brussels? ILS 25 right we set. So that one has a minimum at 302 feet. And 108.9, 244. Like this. Then we have the locator auto marker, frequency 402. So we need that NDB. Where is our needle? Down here, okay. We can work with that. And finally descent forecast. Let's insert some forecasts as well. 310, 177 at 42. Looks like the servers are still a little bit overloaded at the moment. No surprise there, with the update just released yesterday. It's probably only gonna get worse towards the evening, but, you know. We can't have it all. Right, so that's our FMC filled out. Minimum 302 feet, successfully connected, thank you. So that's 302 down there, and that equals 200 feet radio, so let's put that in as well. Good. Alright. Let's just about start our descent already. So, profile mode is in, so if I'm not totally mistaken, it should start to descend by itself when we overfly the top of descent. But let's find out. I'm still a bit new to all this A310 stuff as well, so let's see how that's gonna work out. And FS flight production. For your approach speed, the V-app takes into account the 5-knot correction, so if you don't want extra correction, you can just land with the stated V-app on the 310. Okay, that's interesting, I didn't know that. Thank you very much. And Yannick, what does FPA stand for? Well, that's got to be flight path angle. So that's pretty similar to the flight path angle that you know from the A320, for example. At least I think it is. I mean, there only is literally one sense of flight path angles in flight simulation. Alright, so press that profile again. Okay, profile descent, and down we go. Good. Around Delta X, could you please teach us about the function of the levers on the back of the thrust levers opposite to the reverse levers, and what about the go levers? I tried to Google but had no joy. Well, similar for me. I tried to research those as well, but just couldn't find anything, so I'm afraid I can't tell you anything about those levers as well yet. Hopefully I can at one point, but at least not yet. Daniel, can you do a recording of the landing? Well, you're gonna have it on the live stream, so you can review it from there all the time. Apart from that, what kind of recording would you refer to? And FS flight production. And to start descent at top of descent, you need to arm IMM desk, so it will get altitude down and... Okay, so get the altitude down and then pull it. PDES will arm in blue. Perfect. Thank you very much. I'm gonna remember that one for the next flight. Those are holdover from the A300 Classic for the flight engineer to move them as he leans forward. Ah, very good. So, the levers on the back down here are actually a leftover from the A300, which still had a flight engineer station in the back here. And he could then lean over and reach them better than the levers up here. Okay, that's very good. Thank you. Marcos FSXDE, how are the frames? Well, not 100% perfect, but you know, not 100% perfect, but it could of course be worse. It could be much worse. Which doesn't mean it could be much better as well. It certainly could. Ah, Daniel, recording so we can watch landing from the outside, okay. What's going on with our VDEF here? We passed our top of descent. Why is this constantly telling us that we are still too high? And contact me from Brussels, 1311.
Olympic 463 identified, direct people.
I have a feeling there's something wrong with the VNAV path. Let's get this thing down a little quicker. Brussels low, German Air Force 517, passing flight level 295, descending, inbound, narrow.
German Air Force 517 at identified, fuel bumpy 5 Alpha arrival, expect ILS 25 guys.
95 Alpha arrival, expect ILS to have right, German Air Force 517.
German Air Force 517, descent flight level 70.
German Air Force 517, say again.
German Air Force 517, descent flight level 70, level shore.
Descent flight level 070, level left floor, German Air Force 517. Okay, set. Some zero checked. And level at Flora, that's Fox Lima Oscar. 70 or below.
2 minutes.
And the GO levers are actually inside the thrust levers. They are exactly the same as the toga button on the 737. Thank you, FS Flight Productions. The 737 and G123 do later Airbuses still have the control wheel steering button. No, they don't, because they don't need it anymore, because the overall flight computers from the fly-by-wire system more or less make it fly like it was in control wheel steering anyway. Okay, went back at a profile descent and it's diving down. Why is it doing that? And we're below the profile, so should we just doing 1,000 feet a minute?
Line 3, Bravo, Quebec, view, inbound arrival, descending crossing by 0230.
Bravo, Quebec, hello, scope 1.
I think we should.
Corporate time, Bravo, Quebec.
Oh, now it's catching it up.
1, please stop flight level, correction, flight level 200200. 51370, 1 negative, stop flight level 00200. Stop flight level 200, okay, Bravo, Quebec, hello, identified, clear, arrival 7 Alpha arrival, expect island 25 left.
Arrival 7 Alpha arrival.
XBX users, stay calm and love aviation. Yep, you name it, my friend. You name it.
United 39 Charlie, turn right heading 090, correction, turn right heading 270, clear island approach from way 21.
Right heading 270, clear ILS approach 24, Ryanair 39 at landing.
And Instincts, where do you get the A310 Simri profile? You can get it in the Inibuild forums. Let me send you the link. Here you go, there you can get it. Okay, so for the return flight, we'll bring our aircraft back to... Actually, are we going to bring it back to Berlin, or are we going to bring it elsewhere? That's the nice thing about flying these military things. Schedules can change very, very quickly. Aviation training. Can you manually fly the approach? Well, that is actually quite a good idea, flying it manually. You know what? Just give me a few moments. I'm just checking on the next destinations, and then later on we might as well just throw the autopilots out. Yeah, there are so many promising events today. Really looking into where we might go next.
German Air Force 517, direct Flora.
German Air Force 517, direct Flora. Hey, direct
Direct
telling us on profile, very nice.
Monitors, Unicom, 122 decimal, Quebec.
Oh wow, okay. I think I know where we are going to go. Let me just run some calculations with some read, because it might as well be a little bit too long to fly. Because I am working in early
Control,
shift
good
tomorrow.
afternoon, Iberia 30 Tango Golf, flight level 190,
I think I have an idea.
flight level 120. Squawk 1000 expect ILS runway 06, Iberia 30 Tango Golf.
Yeah, the flight is a little bit too long, unfortunately. But to anybody who is actually looking to fly something, there is an event this evening from 17 until 20 UTC from Vacuum, Ukraine, and they're opening Kherson Airport. And that would be something for a route. Unfortunately, a little bit too far out, because I don't really have the time to do a 3-hour flight today.
30 Iberia 30 Tango Golf.
But that would certainly be an idea if anybody of you guys is looking for a place to fly.
We have the 1 Victor transition. Iberia 30
And
Tango Golf.
XPX Lewis, will there be any liveries for Xbox in the future? I don't know. Yulon, do you know if the TCAS panel works in this aircraft? Yeah, it does. I don't know if the TCAS actually gives resolution advisories, I haven't tried that yet, but certainly the panel itself works. Like here. And we do also see other aircraft from here. So just be aware when we're talking about the TCAS and the A310 that the TCAS display is included in the Vario major and not on the navigation display.
Control, good afternoon. Line 3 November and stand 156, requesting you to hear you.
And Diana, turn VATSIM down, please. Okay, I turned them down a little bit more. Hope it's better now.
Iberia 30 Tango Golf, I do confirm.
Pendular pilot, yeah, unfortunately, I didn't only have a track to desktop on landing, but I had an actual blue screen.
Transition for
So just to make things a little bit worse. And you, Laura, can you change the range of the display for the traffic? It can be changed somehow, but I'm not yet sure how. It's currently on 6 miles. On the previous sector we had it on 12. How did we do that? Ah, here's the range button. Okay. So yes, you can change it. Let's see, it's 12 now. So you have the options between 6 miles and 12 miles. Let's start putting some lights up. It does slowly get dark. Most importantly, I have no idea where the light switches are, so I better find out before I can't see anything anymore, rather than finding it out later. So, we've got some lights down there. We have to do something on the pedestal as well.
German Air Force 517, right heading 30,
Airport 517, okay, heading select, wholesale.
Bravo Quebec, send out to 3000, change from 029 and maintain 2000.
Let's go level change. And
System
15.
speed,
Okay, direct to center fix, insert. Oh, that's interesting. That's better. 10,000. Bells on. Sounds on. And the bank angle. Pushback. So 250 knots, around about 2,000 feet a minute. That looks believable, I have to say. That looks believable. An XBR user, can someone be
Clear to this
an airline
approach
pilot without
runway
finishing high
060,
school?
we will report
Theoretically, yes. There is no minimum required school education.
For 16 inbound body, descending to flight level 180.
However, many airlines require one, but it depends. Okay, so approach checklist. Science on
Picking
briefing,
out a sending to
confirmed,
5
vehicle
left,
status,
beeline
check,
for 62.
altimeters. Well, okay, speed 220. So altimeters to go, minimum set, ignition off, landing elevation set, approach checklist complete except altimeters. But we said we wanted to do a little bit of hand flying, so let's go ahead and do that.
Unicom 128, thank you much, sorry, have a nice day, bye bye.
General 165 on the ground 175.
And one to go.
And I'll find 96 function up with the
Vertical speed.
Yeah, that is correct. From the General 175 and the information is still indicating 175.
Fast look alive.
German Air Force 517 is at 4 PQH 1029.
German Air Force 517 is at 4 PQH 1029. Good. Set 1029, passing 68, descending 4,000 on flag step by set.
Descending to flight level 60 to be level at Flora, Milan 146.
Does anybody know if it's possible to draw an extended center line on the navigation display? I haven't found out how to do that yet. And as we're on it, meters 1029, approach checklist complete. So that's the TCAS target. 12 miles out, 1,000 below.
German Air Force 517, and left heading 80, hier aan het poortje van 1
German Air Force 517, turn left into 80, Pendular S2, by right, 3 speed.
Kijk, die Bravo Quebec zijn rijnheading 20, hier aan het poortje van 85 left, dus dat is het.
Roger, you can do 0, Pendular S, Roger, it's 560, 40, 50, Bravo Quebec.
And the 3920 on blocks, thank you for
Okay,
service
first
and
one out.
departure.
Block start.
Bye. Delta Juliet, hello, please the destination by the Chandler 5X, departure runway 0. Runway is, okay, let's try that again. DC2 Delta Juliet, clear the destination by the Chandler for Yankee, departure runway 24. Driver 4 and 4714.
Okay, no, I don't like that indication. I'll stay with them now.
Delta Juliet, expect correct stop to we had 30 Tango Golf, and
Clear to run runway 06 Iberia 30 Tango Golf.
Okay. So let's extend.
station, that is no straight down. And walking 618 and 4 walking 618 on Sunday 1
Drop down a little bit. That should not have happened, of course. But then again, we are pretty much in platform capture already, so it's not really a problem either. And that's 15. So let's put the flight directors off.
Okay, Bravo Quebec, number 1 of transport, the holiday for us, from 85 left.
Bitte 5 left, would you like to be Bravo Quebec?
Okay, let's keep 160 knots for now.
Dat is waarom je dat hier van hello there. Dat is waarom je dat hier van verder in de voet van je weggeven.
GP aviation training. How's the feeling of the aircraft so far in manual flight? Really good. So it is pretty stable, which I would kind of expect from such a heavy aircraft. But it flies very nicely, so I really like it. I like it. Okay, gear down. flaps 20.
Not above 2,000
And the up 125. Okay. Flaps full, landing checklist. Landing here, down, auto brake, low, weather rate. Any skids, checks, left flaps are on 30 and 40. And spoilers. German Air Force 517 from 65 right, Pendular. Okay. Landing check is complete. So, just a little warning, if I am getting another blue screen on landing, so if the stream abruptly ends, then I will be back later on. Might just about take a few minutes then, well, a few like 10 minutes or so, and then I will be back, just in case it happens again.
Iberia 30 Tango Golf, now is located.
Approaching minimum.
We take to scan Alpha 1 to the Bravo, Iberia 30 Tango Golf.
Minimum, continue. Interesting, we're on the glide and we're seeing 4 addons. A bit down, not the best landing, but we're there. Okay, first was normal, 100 knots, auto brakes off, and manual brakes. Missed the exit, okay. That is not good, now we're pretty slow. I was kind of hoping I could make that exit. However, there was nobody behind us on the final.
Okay, and heading Beeline 146.
So with no one. Yeah, okay, so that's not right. But there comes our next exit.
Cross runway 1 minus and down to the ground 1 that way to the 5 takes back.
German Air Force 517, vacate ground, contact ground, 1 right, that's fine.
Vacating right, 11 display 75, German Air Force 517.
Iberia 30 Tango Golf, can we have stand Alpha 06 please?
Iberia 30 Tango Golf, please, that's pretty
Hey, 1-1 is
Okay, very good, thank you.
87.
Six Foxtrot Alpha taxi by the inlet to hold short of inner 7, unit 1029.
Start low, German Air Force 517, runway vacated.
German Air Force 517, ground good evening, and standby, brake, Foxtrot 96 Foxtrot Alpha.
Stand by, brake, okay.
96 Foxtrot
In
Alpha
that
taxi
case,
inlet to hold short of inner 7, unit 1029.
transponder, flaps, brake. What else do we have here? The auto brake is off, the timer can stop,
Holding short Echo 3.
lights off, and APU starts. So I guess the ground controller is currently searching for a chart, as he doesn't know where to put us. Because I guess that the military apron is not that frequently used here in Brussels. At least not on that sim. Real life that's probably going to be...
517, would you like to go to the military apron?
German Air Force 517, if not.
Yeah, but 517 got a taxi to the military apron stand of choice via November, H1029.
Military apron stand of choice via November, turn H1029 at German Air Force 517. Okay, so that means off to the
That's
right.
Yankee November, can we take you now?
Taxi,
We have the maximum wingspan.
Yeah, thank you. Taxi to holding
52,
point.
okay,
Bravo,
we can
runway.
enter that.
Section Bravo 3, runway 25 via inner 4 and the outer sketch 1029.
40 points, Bravo, 3 via inner 4 and outer QH 1029, Line 36 November.
That's the accurate number QH 1029.
QH 1029, Line 38 November.
That's 3 Bravo correct. Process ground, welcome to Brussels. Taxi to stand 144. Correction taxi by the inner. Mike, the hold short of the inner QH 102.
It's incredible how you don't really feel the speed when you're sitting in this.
Yeah, 3 Bravo correct, negative. Inner. Mike, hold short of inner.
We're currently doing 12 knots, and looking outside, it really looks like we would be doing like what? 10 knots? Well, 5 knots at best. Makes it really difficult to take the turns at a proper speed. So 15 is too fast, let's go down to 10. And off we go. How good am I going? Yeah, just about. Let's try that once again. That does look all.
Holding point Bravo.
Okay.
96 Fox Alpha. 96 Fox Alpha, can you taxi to holding point Bravo 3? Are you able for the intersection?
Roger, I'm able to Bravo 3, I'm fine, 96.
APU is online, very good.
Taxi to holding point Bravo.
My frame rates are really going down right now. Not sure why that is. Random, 30 euros. Thank you so much for the donation. Thank you so much, my friend. And we have the Singapore 350 again over here. Okay, then we'll just go around the corner and we'll park like this. Now my frame rate's better again.
November, caution the EasyJet A310 now on short of Bravo. Takeoff control 131.1 today.
Giving way to the chest and
Okay, so we'll go all the way to the end here so that we don't conflict with the 350 on the way out. So this looks about right. Number 16.
Number Bravo, Quebec, taxi descent 144 via Mike.
This was for 4 via the Mike, so should be the 3 Bravo Quebec.
Okay, park and brake is set. Then let's see, let's shut the airplane down and then we'll do another flight, of course. So, lights off, park and brakes on, APU bleed on, engine fuel levers off. No GSX, we don't need you. So, left turn is
Station
stopped.
bus is gonna be away for about 2 minutes.
20%, beacon off, seatbelts off, parking brakes on, fuel pumps off.
UT 260 requested.
Probe heat off. And brake fans are not going to be required. Okay then, parking checklist. APU bleed, on, engines, off. What do we have next? Differential pressure, 0. Lights and signs set, fuel pumps, 1 on, window and probe heat. Why do they want the window heat off? Oh well, off, park mech and shock set, parking checklist complete.
6 0.
Okay GSX, now it is your turn, let's try. Request deboarding. Then we can deselect the frequency as well. That's gonna make things a little bit more quiet. So, handling by... well, we don't want any freighter, literally, but... No, it just shows automatic. Oh well, I don't care. So, we need a ground power, please. Connected, and APU off. So, let's see how they are doing. Grant, you don't need to copy-paste that same question 3 times. How's the SimBrief integration? To be honest, I have not used it yet. And the reason for that is because it is known to cause a couple of issues. So that's why I have not used our SimBrief integration yet.
Passenger's bus is coming.
So primarily it can partially be responsible for the instruments to freeze up, as we've seen on yesterday's live stream. And since we definitely want to avoid that from happening again. Kevin, what do you recommend for turning on taxi lines? I always seem to struggle to stay centered on taxi lines in all jets. Well, basically you have to develop a feeling for the particular aircraft type that you are flying. So make sure that you do very carefully adjust your start of the turn. So in milk jets you have to steer the flight deck far over the actual taxiway line and only then start to turn. And that applies to wide bodies even more than it does to narrow bodies. So thereafter you just need to develop a feeling for it then. The way I do it is that I kind of feel like, okay, how far am I from the point where the aircraft is turning? And then from there I decide if I need to do anything about it. Okay, so we have made our way all the way to Brussels. Now comes the big question as to where we are going to go next. And I know I asked that question earlier on, so let's have a look upwards a little bit, what the suggestions have been. Come to Nuremberg. We have Würstchen. Well, that's a suggestion that I cannot decline. So let's go to Nuremberg.
Passengers deboarding starting.
We'll fly the airplane empty, so we assume that we are ferrying the plane over to Nuremberg, and then finally we will fly some politicians back towards Bonn, respectively Cologne. And Grant, thank you for the 99 cents donation. Anchor Curtain, no, we are not going to Wilhelmshaven. Sorry. Duarte asks, what are the difference between an RNAV and an ILS approach? Well, RNAV approach is flown completely with reference to navigation aids that are not based on the ground, while the ILS is flown with reference to navigation aids on the ground. Apart from that, I wouldn't say that there are literally many differences, so I can't comment on the A310 though, because I haven't flown an RNAV approach in it yet. In fact, I don't even know if it's actually certified to do RNAV approaches, but I guess we will eventually find out. Bone King 1, do you fly to Karlsruhe, Baden-Baden from time to time in real life? Not regularly, but I have been there already. Okay, so setting up the SimBrief flight plan right now for our next sector, and I am pretty much done with that, so we are almost ready to go. And as we're waiting, let me have a quick look into how my livery is doing on flightsim.to. First time I've uploaded something there, ever. 308 downloads, wow, nice. 4-star rating, that's expected as it isn't perfect. Couple requests for new liveries? Expected? Alright, anyway, let's go back to the important things. Let's go back to the live stream. And SF2417, what add-on is that for the passengers? Well, that's GSX, which isn't perfect. Okay.
Do you want to deboard crew?
No, we don't deboard any crew. Wow, that frame rate just became really bad. Look at that. Is it because of the time of the day? Let me try that real quick. Let's go back to daylight. No, it's still as bad. Come on, Flight Simulator, don't do that to me. You can do better than this. Oh well, I guess we'll just about have to live with it. It'll probably get better again soon. Might as well be Brussels and GSX involved here. Actually, it might be GSX, that's a good point. Let's kill it. Restart Throttle. No, the frame rate actually became even worse. Okay. Well, no comment then. No comment. That is really getting bad right now. It's never been that bad yet. So, we'll take... Can I not select less? Ah, connection lost, okay. That might be it. The simulator tends to get bad frame rates when you lose your internet connection. Okay, so 0 and 0. And for the fuel, 8.3 is what we need. So give me 9 tons, then we have sufficient in case we do need to... Yeah, online services unreachable, unsuccessfully connected. So how do I do the live loading? Not at all? No, seems like it. Okay. Well, then it has to work this way. Nonetheless, let's not waste our time with it. Let's keep feeding the FMC and hope the frame rates are eventually gonna get better. Cost NX30 cruising at 390. Wow, that's high. And we'll be the German Air Force 518, which I could use to lock into VATSIM as well. That might make sense. So let's see, what are they using for the departure runways? 19 and 25 right. Okay, so we could take both, and I guess 19 is gonna lead us into a better direction. Let's take 25 right. My line of thought here is that, as far as I know, they prefer that as departure runway. And far too many sits. Okay. Well, in that case, let's just get our IFR clearance, and then we'll at least know what we actually have to expect. Right.
MSFS 518, second.
Brussels ground low, German Air Force 518, information India, requests clearance to Nuremberg.
Bravo 518, Brussels ground, good evening. Information in, yes, correct. You're cleared to Nuremberg, Suffolk 8 Lima departure, runway 19er, initial flight level 60, squawk 1000.
German Air Force 518 is cleared to Nuremberg, Suffolk 8 Lima departure, initial climb flight level 60, squawk 1000.
German Air Force 518, I have an amendment for the flight plan, so it's Suffolk 9 Charlie, runway 25 right.
Suffolk 9 Charlie 25 right, German Air Force 518, rest unchanged.
German Air Force 518, feedback connected, status approved, report ready for pushback.
Startup approved, will go German Air Force 518. Okay, Suffolk 9 Charlie 25 right. Insert. So let's see how the plane is actually going to fly that one, because that looks like it's one of the more interesting departures there. In the meantime, Yankee 863 to Ropov. And then Lima 607 MGOT. Oh, okay. Here we go. Direct Movom. And then we'll fly by Tango 109 to Harem. And Tango 104 Delta Kilo Bravo. So, in Nuremberg, we are looking at runway 28 with an ILS Zulu. We'll have the Dinkelsbühl 5 Tango departure. And let's have a look where that leads us. To Upala, okay. So we'll take the Upala to 8 transition. Insert, okay. So, in it B, we are looking at zero fuel weight, 80.2, 8.9 tons of fuel. So, 8.9, 80.2, and the CG is 27.8. Alright, so that's the FMC pretty much prepared. Let's go ahead and do our performance then. So, reset, Cora 3638, dry, QDM, we'll just copy that from here. Thank you very much for the advice once again, I have not forgotten about it. Then we have wind 150 with 1. Temperature is 15 degrees and the QNH 1029. Takeoff weight. Let's see, can we get rid of that somehow? 89.1 tons. Flaps 1515, anti-ice off, air conditioning on, calculate. 138, 138, 165. Those speeds start becoming familiar. So 138, 138. And why is the FCU off? Yeah, because the switch is tripped off. Okay. Oh, and 165. Okay, so that sounds about reasonable, I would say. What else do we have to do? It's a little bit confusing right now, because I am used to doing the setup from the... What's it called? I'm used to do it from the cold and dark state, but of course, right now we don't have cold and dark, so I kind of have to make things up a little bit on the go as to what might be needed and what not. Fueling is finished, so we can probably turn the pumps back on. Window heat certainly can go on as well. In fact, I don't know why they wanted us to shut it down in the first place. Okay, APU. You know what, let's go ahead and start the APU. It's not going to be too long until we start our pushback, and this thing is taking ages anyway. So, that looks all correct. If anybody sees the position of the panel backlight, by the way, for the overhead panel, then do point it out, please. I slowly start finding everything, but not 100% there quite yet. Vala, is there a way to do wind uplink? I don't think so, but I'm not 100% sure. And Splatty, good day to Germany. Kokete, Himmel, you're flying from Germany. How could you have an internet disconnect? Such madness only happens to us over here in Nigeria. Well, my friend, German internet is crap. Okay, behind the throttle for the overhead. So that must mean down here somewhere. Ah, here, overhead light. Perfect. Thank you so much. That looks better. Even though my frame rates are looking worse. Anyway. Once again, I'm German. I always have to complain about something. The flight director's on. We pressed toga mode already. Yes, but the... It's bringing up the thrust levers. I guess it's probably pilot error, but still. Thank you, my friend. You may as well turn the auto throttle off again. Okay, so APU running, they say. APU avail, then power can go. And you can prepare for pushback and departure. So, closing doors. And that's everything closed. Okay. So, perfect. Let's run the checklist and see what I forgot. I'm sure there's gonna be something. But let's find out. Before start checklist. Cockpit preparation complete. Signs on order. Fuel quantity 8.9 tons. Navigation checked set. Landing elevation. There we go. I knew I forgot something. So Nuremberg is at like 1100 if I'm not mistaken. So landing elevation set and brakes and skid on before start checklist complete down to the line. Then let's give GSX another try. Let's get our pushback and see what is about to happen. Nothing, the menu just closes. Very good. Wow, those frame rates are really bad right now. Let's really hope it's just Brussels and not the A310. I mean, Brussels is known to be somewhat of a frame rate hog.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
And Louise, I painted delivery myself, but it is available on flightsum.to. Let me put the link in here. It's not perfect yet. I still have to do a bit of fine tuning, but here you go. Is it? Ah, that's the tuck. What's that? Did you see that tuck appear and disappear? Oh boy. No comment. I just want to get airborne. I just want to run away. Okay then, I would say we are pretty much ready to go. German Air Force 518, request pushback.
Air Force 518, Cockpit Charlie.
German Air Force 518, no Charlie. Come on, why can't you
Air
get
Force
pushback in the
518,
same?
taxi to holding point Alpha 1 from 25 right by
I request to push.
next 10 to 9.
German Air Force 518 to confirm we're requesting pushback.
German Air Force 518, Roger, pushback approved, face east.
Pushback approved, face east, German Air Force 518. I love it, how they never give you pushback clearance without no Charlie. In real life they just say, turn on your transponder, push approved. But on VATSIM, of course, people need to do that. Okay, nose to the right. Below the line, windows, doors, closed, beacon on, park and brake is now released.
Starting push. All engines clear. Start at wheel.
Okay, and off we go again. Samya, quick question. When turning the RS levers to nav, should there be a message on the memo? Honestly, don't know. Depends on which kind of message you mean, of course. Like, you are supposed to get that, Oh well, just got a personal message from ground controller. Apologies, usually there is no pushback at your stand. That's interesting, because that certainly looks like the standway cannot taxi out. One to the left there, yes, but those here? Well, I don't know. Anyway, let's go ahead, start engine 2. Which works a lot better if you turn APU bleed on.
Santa 4, Papa
And here we go.
Process ground, good evening. Cockpit Charlie, Delta K.
So, N2, N1, hold press.
SS4, Papa Victor, ground, Charlie 5.
Ground. We have a good engine start. You can disconnect.
Papa Victor 8, and we have justificated runway 25 left, via 5.
Yeah, then the Papa 4, Papa Victor, I don't see on Cockpit Charlie, I'll try to turn it off and on again.
Papa Victor, Roger, we'll try again.
Okay, then let's start the left one. Why is it? Come on.
is it now better? A bit of Warthog back to negative, but I'll just give you the taxi. I cannot see your call sign on the ground. Then taxi.
Okay, and to
Then 151.
Lovely, so with that Lufthansa he can't even see aircraft even if they turn the mode Charlie on. Well, well. By the way, IndyBuilds just sent a NOTAM out on their Discord channel saying that they have identified an issue that somehow some users' WASM is not compiling and it is in debug mode. And indeed, the debug mode can seriously limit your performance. And like in the PMDG, the A310 is a WASM aircraft, so should take at least some time to load in. If you're loading in less than 60 seconds, something has gone wrong and could explain your poor FPS. This is an ongoing investigation, so request your patience and be sure that this will get resolved. Okay, so yeah, my aircraft certainly loaded much quicker, so there is indeed an issue that the aircraft is not compiling correctly, it seems, and that issue explains the bad frame rates that people see. That is very nice to hear. At least they know what's going on then, and they're working on it. Okay. Trim, what do we have? 0.5 up. Okay, so after start checks, pitch trim 0.5 up, rudder trim 0, spoilers, arm, slats, flaps 15, decam status checked, NTI is off, and hand signal is received after start checks complete. German Air Force 518, request taxi.
German Air Force 518 able for Alpha 1.
German Air Force 518 is on.
Air Force 518 taxi for Alpha 1, November 6, 10.
Next one report Alpha 125 right by November 6, QNH 1029 German Air Force 518. Okay, straight ahead, first to the right. Lights on, brake off, and off we go. I'll simply switch the APU off. Yannick, your A310 loads super fast and the folder is completely empty. Yeah. If you haven't done so yet, do post in the Discord channel of IndyBuilds. Maybe they will be able to figure it out quicker the more people they have. I don't know. How do I reset the left timer? Yeah, okay, we're just putting it back to run. Okay, that's too easy. Well, flight control check. Up, down, neutral, left, right, neutral, runners, moving. That's all I want to see.
About 5.8, something cross arrival on the 5.0 have to stop.
Combinate is with the road, and that was 5.8, over. Okay, 118, let's quickly finish the checklist and then we call it when we're actually ready. So before takeoff, checks to the line. Flight controls, check, briefing, confirmed. Flat flaps, 15. Performance, FMAs are inserted and checked. Takeoff config, haven't done that yet. Takeoff config normal. And transponder set before takeoff check is complete. After the approach alert, German Air Force 518 at Alpha 1 ready for departure.
German Air Force 518 wind 150 degrees, correction. Wind down, runway 25 right, let's take off.
Runway 25 right, let the takeoff, German Air Force 518. Okay, those are all for the parallel runway. Then strokes on, lights on. Cabin crew, take a seat for departure, please. Before takeoff, checklist below the line. Cabin secure, GCAS, Tara, flags off, ignition off, anti-ice off. Before takeoff, checklist complete.
With Air 9016, Throttle drive, hello, push through, facing east.
Clear left and clear right.
Pushback 392, Romeo on the wind scout, runway 25 right, continue approach.
Take off. Stabilized. Start to take off thrust. Take off thrust set, indications normal. 100 knots. V1, rotate. You're up. On the freight.
Your left and runway 25 right.
It's 95 right, 392.
German Air Force 518 identified, flight level 70.
German Air Force 518, now 5070. That's under checked. Then let's do the initial turn before we start the acceleration. Otherwise it's just too easy to overshoot. Flaps up, slats retract.
Air Force 518, contact Throttle 131.1.
131.1 from Air Force 518. Process low, German Air Force 518, passing level 51, climbing level 70.
German Air Force 518, hello again, climb level 170.
Climb level 170, German Air Force 518. Okay, set. 170 checked. I'll just quickly go to heading select. Autopilot on. Direct to Hotel Uniform Lima, insert. And nav. Okay then, after takeoff checklists. Wow, no frame rate for that. So, slats flaps, retracted, landing gear up neutral, packed, on, and altimeters set. After takeoff climb checklist complete. Go passing 100.
Så vi är på 78, sen level 8. Sen level 8, so we're going to 370.
10 checks complete. Nikolai, yeah, interesting that you're asking just now, but how's the frame rate in that A310? Well, right now, it's really bad. Previously it used to be alright, but Builds has just announced on their... Are we turning to the right? No, please go to the left. Better. Okay, so Builds have just announced on their Discord channel that they have apparently found an issue that can cause the frame rates to deteriorate, and that they are working with Microsoft to fix that now. But look at this, now it's totally smooth again. German Air Force A310, okay, set. 310 checked. And direct to Yoke. Insert. Look at that, all of a sudden the frame rate is really good again. I don't understand this. I don't understand why it's going from good to bad, back to good, probably in a few moments back to bad.
Tango uniform ready for push and start.
Tango uniform,
James Crown, every time I load into the 310 it crashes on a loading screen. Any idea? Unfortunately, no direct ideas, but only suggestion in that you should post in the Build Discord server. They are really quick responding there. This looks great, doesn't it? This looks absolutely beautiful. I want to capture that from a different angle as well. Let's try this.
Lufthansa 6 Tango uniform, sorry, my apologies, I had a sound problem. We are ready for start and push.
Lufthansa 6 Tango uniform, push to thanks.
Facing south, approach to Lufthansa 6 Tango uniform.
Lufthansa 7457, contact Langen, 1
Weather, good evening, 921, stand off for 8, information accurate, clearance of 5.
Nikolai, can I show the passenger cabin? Yeah, I will do that as soon as we're at cruise altitude, okay? Or at least as, well, you know what, we can do it now as well.
717,
We can do it now as well.
171, initial climb 4000, quarter climb 1 Romeo.
So here we go, that's the front galley.
Information echo, Luxair 9021.
And here's our passenger cabin. First class, or business class much rather, looking at those seats. And that's the economy cabin.
171, Luxair 9021.
I have to say, so far this is by far the best cabin in business. It really is. Also, watch this down here. You have live information about the flight shown on the screens. That is pretty cool. Right, let's head back to the flight deck. By the way, the frame rate is perfectly good again now. I have absolutely no idea why this is going the way it goes. But some really gorgeous views over here. Do something like this? Maybe from the other side? Yeah. That's nice, isn't it? Don't need that yet. Not yet. Soon. But hey.
With then I have been one thing to control about that. Fly level 4.
Runners, the A310 has a lot of power, good rate for long haul too. Yeah, absolutely. Even though, to be totally fair, we are currently flying it empty with fuel for just an hour. So, don't forget that.
40 contact, Cologne 1303.
Vertical speed.
German Air Force 518, fly level 390.
German Air Force 518, flight level 390. Set. 390 blue. And profile.
61 Brussels, hello, 471.
Pendular bank 15. Nikolai, I have 30 or 20 FPS on the PWD 737 because of my old computer. I'm scared to try the A310. I hope my computer won't explode. Well, no worries, my friend. Just give it a try and you will notice that your computer isn't just going to explode. It might hang up, yeah, but that's not a problem. Like, just close Flight Simulator and it will work again. Just give it a try. Just give it a try, and overall, the 310, in my opinion, really is worth trying. So the more I fly it, the more I get to like it, and especially taking into account that this is currently a default aircraft in the simulator, this is amazing. For being provided for free, we really have to give out our kudos to Microsoft for making this one available to us. This could easily have been sold at least at like the same price range as the BAE 146, for example. I don't quite want to say the same price range as PMDG or Phoenix because it is like not 100% as advanced. As you can see from the pressurization system, for example, not working 100%. But in terms of normal operations, we can do pretty much anything there is in the manual. So that's really cool. So we can absolutely fly this airplane like a study level aircraft. Now, of course, I wouldn't recommend anyone to like do the very deepest studying for the type rating. But you know, for learning the normal procedures, this absolutely seems to do what it's supposed to do. Now, of course, keep in mind, I'm still not type rated on 310, so all I can comment about is that things do look believable. What I cannot comment on is if they are actually 100% accurate. But at least what I'm seeing does look good. That was a nice pronunciation. It's called Karlsruhe. The German has to speak. Sorry, my friend.
Lufthansa 7F0, good day, identify direct almost near Cologne for Alpha Ride. Come on, let's keep that time.
Direct almost clear for the on the 5.
Yep, I'll start. Let's see that from the outside again. The flight deck looks a little strange here, with all those lines that you see up here. Not sure where those come from. Certainly not from my reading. Well, I shouldn't say certainly because I'm not 100% sure, but it doesn't look like they are from my reading. That's a nice reflection of your eyes in the airplane here as well. Overall, very nice looking airplane. So as promised, we reached our cruising level. Let's head back into the cabin and have a little look around there. Actually haven't done that at all yet, I think. Quick look where our top of descent is, just be sure not to miss it. Okay, we got time. We got plenty of time. So, how does it feel to be passenger in the business class in the 310? Well, the looks are amazing. Look at this. That is literally amazing. Very, very good job there. Saren, do the wipers clear the rain from the screen? To be honest, I don't know. We'll have to find out.
Ready descending down to 7 for level 4, lost kilo.
Do we have any animations on here? No, okay. But that business class is looking really cool.
Process control, good evening, Peter Jet 736, passing flight level...
That view out here is lovely as well. Can we do repaints of the cabin? That would be superb if you could do repaints in here.
German Air Force 518,
Altitude is major, German Air Force 518, bye.
Lufthansa 6 and
Well,
uniform at the
let's quickly head to the flight deck to switch that
ready for departure.
ATC off.
Runway 24 clear for takeoff,
one,
Lufthansa 6
two,
Tango uniform.
SML 8. That's an amazing view. That is an amazing view. I love it. In terms of the graphics, the 310 is among the best in business. Taking the cabin into account, I would actually say it is the best in business right now. Well, that's not too much leg room though. Let's see what that's like to sit here. Can hardly see something, but this is alright. That's an amazing cabin down here. Let's walk all the way to the back. I think so far we have actually not been all the way to the back yet. Wow, an even bigger galley. That's impressive. Now, why is there no curtain or anything? I mean, if you have that many space, or if you have that much space and, well, some good-looking cabin crews. This is amazing. Just look at how spacious everything is over here. And of course how well modeled it is. Can we? No, that would have been too nice. Now what does it look like from here? Astial, does the tilt really matter for displaying the weather, or could I just leave it on 6.0? Well, in real life, it really matters. In real life, the tilt of the weather radar antenna is one of the most important things of the entire system. However, due to limitations in the Microsoft Flight Simulator Weather API, in the simulator, it doesn't matter at all. It makes no difference. Because what you get to see in the simulator is just a top-down view of what it might look like from a satellite's point of view. But that is not what a real-life weather radar would show you. That's why developers like PMDG or Phoenix are saying that it's impossible to build an actual weather radar, because what we see in the simulator here really isn't a weather radar per se, but it really just is a 2D bitmap of what it would look like from top down. Can we do something on the curtains? No. Okay. I'm surprised to see that there is only... How many lavatories do we have? One. There was none in the back, was there? So we only have 2 lavatories in the entire aircraft. That is not a lot. That is really not a lot. I mean, for 234 seats, even in our 737 we have 3 already. And if I'm not totally mistaken, nowadays for more than 200 passengers on, you actually need 4. But don't quote me on that number, I might be mistaken there. Right, so, thank you for that nice stay in the cabin. Now, I wish I came back with a coffee from that. Then, where's our floodlight? We must surely have one. Somewhere. Does anybody know where the floodlight is? No. Yeah, that's it. Okay. So, here we are. 255 miles to destination. And tube loops, what do you think of the flight model so far? So, so far I've done an approach and 2 departures by hand, and I have to be honest, I really like that flight model. So you feel the weight of the airplane. After all, it is a 100-ton aircraft, and you definitely feel that weight. But you also notice that the wings are made for a bigger aircraft. So there is a lot of Airbus A310 in here, and the aircraft itself is smaller than the A300 though. And that means that you really have a lot of performance available, and that does feel. So the flight model itself is... I love it. I really love it. I can say that. I think I can safely say that. And actually, Microsoft Flight Simulator limitations of weather radar being a top-down view only is false. It has been demonstrated on the forum weeks ago, working exactly how the real radar works. Top-down view is just one of many options. Now, I'm sure that the developers who looked into this did look into it carefully, but I would very much like to see what they would answer if you post that information into the forums of the likes of Phoenix or PMDG and see what they are actually going to reply to that. So it would definitely be interesting to hear what they say, because for now I am just repeating what PMDG and Phoenix are saying, but of course if there proves to be any more than what they know about at the moment, it would very much be appreciated if that could be brought to their attention. Then, well, I'll call you the philosopher, it's slightly different. The name. I've never been able to figure out how to just get up and walk around without being in the drone camera. What's the secret? The secret is Microsoft Flight Simulator's entire camera system. So there are settings in the menu where you can, I think they're called something like translate view, forward, backwards, upwards, downwards, whatsoever. And with those you can move around like I just did. FS Flight Productions, the Weather Radar API is not the same for WASM and JavaScript, so you might be able to get better results with JavaScript. Okay, that might of course be the entire background, because for sure PMDG is using WASM. I don't know what Phoenix is using, but if you could get better results with JavaScript, that might of course explain it. And Super Grumpy, could you please explain the difference between TAT and SAT? Sure. So, TAT is the temperature that you actually have on the probes. So if we're looking up here, we have a TAT of minus 36 degrees. Now, if you move an object at 850 kilometers an hour through the air, then the air is heating up when it hits the surface. And that is why the true air temperature, or the temperature we're getting from the probes here, is warmer than the actual outside air temperature. So let's see if the A300 has it somewhere in the FMC. Not 100% sure where to find the static air temperature right now, but it has to be somewhere in this aircraft. It has to be somewhere, even though I don't know where. Well, okay, I don't know where it is in this aircraft, but anyway, the static air temperature is the temperature that you have in air that does not move. So, or rather in air where you do not move an object through. So the static air temperature could be anywhere in the region of about minus, I don't know, minus 50, minus 60 degrees at the moment. We're above the tropopause, so it should be minus 56 degrees, something like that. And when you're moving through that air now, the air heats up due to the friction on the surface of your aircraft, and that's what becomes the TAT then, which is warmer than the SAT. Saren, so are you saying that this is the top dog in simulator right now? No, not yet. Both Phoenix and PMDG are better system-wise and equal in terms of the visuals, with the exception that in the Phoenix the cabin doesn't look as good as in here, even though it looks very good, and in PMDG the cabin doesn't look as good as in Phoenix, even though it is okay-ish. So in terms of visuals, I would say the A300 wins at the moment, because of the cabin. And in terms of systems, both Phoenix and PMDG are still better. I mean, this is totally fine for, this is totally fine for what we are doing with it, so for doing normal flight from A to B. But in terms of possible failures and stuff, that's where both Phoenix and PMDG are still winning the race. But this is a very, very good aircraft. Most certainly for the price point at which it comes. Aviation Boy, Throttle doesn't work for me. It moves automatically even on the ground. To be honest, except for turn the auto throttle off, so if this light is off, then that's pretty much all I can say about it. That's pretty much all I would actually know about it. And we find the chart on the screen with the inside temperatures on the eCam. Okay, so that's gotta be condition then? No. Ah, here it is. Static air temperature, minus 63. Okay. Perfect, thanks. Sometimes you miss the most obvious things, like you're flying an Airbus and I'm not even looking at the displays. Okay. Well, that happens. Okay, let's start setting up for our arrival then. We will be going for runway 28 in Nuremberg, so... Well, number one, is there any ATC online? And there is a tower, okay. So, runway news 28. 10 kilometers. That's interesting. The HOTAS says visibility 10 kilometers, 2,200 meters missed. That doesn't make sense. But anyway, then we'll just ignore it. Let's give ourselves a shortcut direct to Letku. When we're inbound there. Let's start our setup. So runway 28 means flying around the corner, so we should probably have done that. Never mind, going to the edge there. Connection lost, okay. Fine, fair enough. 3rd November point is it? Let's see. Four, 6, 1. That sounds like something we would like to fly to. And we can go one further. Okay, 452. Is that it? Yeah. That looks much better already. And finally at the waypoint behind that. Over here, let's say we want to be in 7,000 feet on the descent. That should give us a better time of descent. Yep. Actually, we should be descending already. Yep. That does make sense. But let's see how the profile mode is going to handle that. We are now 5,000 feet high. Let's see. We could of course always just pull the speed brake, but let's see if we can do without. Yeah, we are closing the profile. Very good. Why is it reducing the target airspeed now? Well, it doesn't matter. It's descending. That's the way I want it. Let's just monitor carefully if it's going into an overspeed. But that's looking fairly okay. So, ILS 109.1, the final approach course 277. That's in MDA, we're a Cap Delta aircraft, 1290, or at least I think we're a Delta aircraft. So closing the Wiener path, very good. And we've got a decision height of 244, expected 245, which equals 1290, so let's set that button now. Perfect. Pass level 300, and go back to normal. Nikolai, am I ever going to add voice channels to my Discord? To be honest, I don't know that yet. And FF flight production, it will go to Vmax -5 knots when trying to get back on the profile. Okay. I mean, it was more like at -10, but honestly, I don't care. Both are fine for me. Anyway, we're back on profile. Now the speed only has to drop back, and that's gonna be it then. Finale! I have to take my leave for now. We'll finish the video later. Thanks for the wonderful stream and all the information about the A310. You're welcome, my friend. You're welcome. I'm looking forward to see you again on a future stream, and of course, looking forward to see you again in the channel in the hopefully not so far future. And F10, is there any way to see the nautical mile distance to the top of descent like a 320 or 737? Well, I searched for that one as well, but couldn't see it either, but I'm very sure that it is gonna be there. We'll just have to find it. Adam, how can you set up custom wing views in the 737? To be honest, I don't know. Wing views have never been something that I have personally been interested in. For me, flight simulation is about doing the pilot's job, so sitting in the flight deck, not about the wing views. I totally understand that it's different for other people, but, you know, that's just not my personal way of flight simulating. Don't worry if I'm a little silent right now. I am currently in the process of generating the last flight plan of the day, which is going to be our return back to base, so back to Cologne. Adam, one more question. In the 737, when I load it up, I can't switch or press a single button. Is that a bug? I'm fairly sure it's not a bug, but it has to be something like, don't know, maybe there is something not working in the activation of the aircraft or so. Do submit a support ticket with PMDG and they are going to have a look at it for you. So you can do that on support.pmdg.com. Nikolai, can anyone tell me why Microsoft Flight Simulator is not starting? It's like killing itself on the task manager. Well, my best idea would to actually go into the task manager, into the details tab and see if there is anything still running on Microsoft Flight Simulator and then kill it in case there is. Otherwise a computer reboot may always help as well. So, the Velociraptor, finally I'm getting the name right. I see him walking around as you know. Didn't know you had to hold Alt and up to move forward. Well, glad you found it. By the way, it might be a good idea to change this, so I've changed it, for example, to right shift and up. That makes it a bit easier for me. But of course, that really comes down to personal preference once again. So, speed is coming back. Let's go down 6,000. And the altimeter setting here in Nuremberg is going to be 1031. So set altimeter 1031. Passing 16.7, descending 6,000 no flags on west side. Well, good views outside. So you guys asked me to do a bit more hand flying, so you know what? If we're on it anyway. Tractors can go off then. That will make life a little bit easier. So there is one TCAS target down there. Where is he? Oh, he's gone. Okay. Does anybody know how to get rid of that amber manual thrust indication up there? I mean, of course I'm turning the auto throttle off incorrectly by using the switch up here, but since the click spot doesn't seem clickable, I'm not 100% sure how to disconnect it properly in the A310. So if anybody's found that one out yet, then please do let me know. And perks, yeah, that pop-up is annoying. Samya, hello again. Just started my first A310 flight from Tehran to Dubai. Looking forward to my arrival. You can. Crystal the Wolf, you can't turn that off, it just stays. Okay. Stefan, where do you set the MCP backlight? I haven't found the knob yet. I believe it's this one here. Yeah, see that? Click the red button on the throttle, Luna, at least that works in the airplane version. Unfortunately, over here it is not clickable. So, in the Microsoft Flight Sim version, that button is clickable, that's why I can't remove it. Okay, lights are on. Let's have a quick look outside. Ouch! Wow. Oof. That is bright. Okay. I'll just stay in here. That is safer for my eyes. Okay then, down to 4,000 feet. For the FMC, let's put final approach on already. Approach speed is 120 knots. Okay, frequency is 109.1, rings on applicable items are checked, standby instruments set, and the course is 277. Then approach checklist, please. Signs. On, briefing confirmed, Takeoff status checked, altimeters on the T1. Set, minimums. Set, and ignition off, landing elevation set, approach checklist complete. Okay, so let's see, if we start the turn, then we have about 10 miles to run. Let's fly a mile or so further out so that we can start our speed reduction first. Okay, 210 knots, and then let's start our base turn. We'll just take it direct to Oslo. Insert. Guide slope alive. Interesting trim sound. Dot. So, slots extend. Start the turn towards the final. German Air Force A310 establishing on the ILS runway 28.
German Air Force A310 Nuremberg Cologne, 360 degrees on our runway 28.
Runway 28, clear to German Air Force A310. You guys are alive. As a capture, runway heading 277, just approach altitude 60 set. Graphics in the simulator are amazing, aren't they? Okay, yeah. Well, actually, first auto brake is on. So, gear down. Flaps 15. Brake on. First speed 120. I'll just set that down all the way already. Okay, flaps 20. Flaps 30. On the checklists, landing it down, auto brakes low, anti-skids checked, flaps slats 30 and 40, and spoilers armed, landing check is complete. Okay. Thrust goes normal. 100 knots. 80 knots. Auto brakes off. We'll take not this one but the next. And welcome to Nuremberg, everyone. Now that was good landing. I'm rather happy with this. Okay, I gotta write that down. So, 4-1, Delta, Foxtrot, Juliet, and November something. Okay, Foxtrot is left, Juliet to the right. Let's just about stop the airplane here for a second. But I still don't feel confident enough to taxi it all the way, while at the same time doing the after landing flow and everything. Okay, that's better. So, after landing checklist. Flaps slats, retracted transponder, on weather radar. Has that ever been on? No, weather radar off, spoilers disarmed, APU started, after landing checklist complete. And finally we just about have to find our gate. Okay, 41 is on the right hand side. We're coming from Juliet. Hard to see anything here. I might just as well put the landing lights back on. Before I don't see anything, I rather have the landing lights on. Okay, then Mike 4. Then 41. Let's see if GSX can give us some proper guidance into there. Parking. Well, that much about it. So that is the dashed line over here. That's why GSX didn't know it. I can't see anything. Lovely. Well, that seems about right. Not perfect, but about right-ish. We aren't gonna stay for long, so I'm happy to park it like this. APU surveillance running. Very good, so we can shut the engines down. Okay, parking checklist. APU bleed on, engines. Off. Differential pressure, 0. Lights and signs, off. Fuel pumps, off except 1. Window and probe heat, off. And parking brake and shock set. Parking check is complete. Okay, so another successful flight. Stubo 242, the whole approach was a thing of art. Thank you so much, my friends. And KSR earlier, is there any frame rate issue? Yes, there is. And they have actually acknowledged it already on the Discord, and they are working on a solution. And Super Combi, can you dim the lights so that only the background lights are on, or is it all the time like it is right now? You can dim the lights. You can absolutely dim them. I'm gonna show you on the next sector. But we'll just about quickly get our doors open so that they can start deboarding. Also take a ground power unit. And maybe some cargo doors as well. Okay, external power on. APU bleed off, APU master off. And associated fuel pump off. Okay. That's a lot of messages there. Which is of course associated. So, perfect. Then, one last sector for the day. Flight number 4. And you stay on, my friend. On the last one, we'll go back to base, so back to Cologne, and for the fun of it, let's actually load the airplane really up with passengers now. I don't really have any plausible scenario for which you could say that a government aircraft loads up 199 people for a domestic flight. But, nonetheless, you know, let's get to do that stuff. And Yannick, yes, one more flight back to Cologne. And tell me, guys. That's interesting. I had prepared my flight plan, and all of a sudden, I'm actually not getting a flight plan on my prepared route at all anymore. But there is a flight plan from Tehran to Dubai. Now, who was it again in the comments who said that they would fly Tehran to Dubai? I have a feeling I need to change my password, my friend. I have that feeling like I need to change my password. So, just give me a second, my friends. Looks like one of the viewers has actually managed to crank my passport somehow. So, I will have to change that right now. Now, I haven't had that yet, that a user managed to break into my password somehow. That gotta be a first, for sure. And Neil MUK, I don't think they use them all the time for VIPs, at least they never used to. You're right, they don't use them for VIPs most of the time. And Yannick, yes, somebody managed to break into my password. I noticed that over a while already, that for some reason I had some Simbrief flight plans there, which I never computed. And all of a sudden, that probably means somebody has been using my entire Navigraph account. Lovely. I'm gonna send Navigraph a request there to track that IP down. Just so that they can, you know, take appropriate measures. Neil, I'm not gonna publish that flight number. No need to kick that guy's back, but I'm very sure that Navigraph will actually do that by themselves. If somebody manages to break into their account, they will probably be interested into it. Neil, just wondering if they're online now on Volanta, but you're right. Yeah, you know, there is no sense defaming anyone in public. Okay, well, so that kind of threw me a little bit out the line right now. But I tend to say Navigraph passport changed. Thank you very much. And that should pretty much be it. Greg, Denver to... Greetings to Denver. Did I just want to say Denver to greetings? Oh boy. It's getting late, but then again we've already done 3 flights, so that kinda excuses it. So, then again, this is all set up, so let's head into our final flight plan. Which should be available on Sim Toolkit in a moment. So, here we are, our final sector for today, Nuremberg towards Cologne. And this one's planned on flight level 240 because it is a very quick flight at low level, just about 266 nautical miles, and well, Weather in Cologne should stay good if I'm not totally mistaken, at least if I'm looking outside the window, it certainly is good. And yeah, Karbok. Departure alternate is Leipzig. I wonder why they did that. Okay, because weather is getting bad then. Okay, and for Nuremberg, as our destination alternate, it is what it is. Well, we can live with that. So, we're Cat 3 capable, so that's not going to be much of an issue. And we will have plenty of other airports in the range as well. So, 8.5 tons of fuel it is. Let's see how much we can actually set up inside the EFB directly. And Kosana, yeah, SimToolkit is definitely working correctly. In fact, it is working really good, I have to say. So, let's see this one. That load sheet here is really useful as well. I really like that one. Because the flight plan format I use does by default not include any information about the number of passengers, or cargo for that matter. So, we've got 199 passengers. Let's set that up. Oh, back to plan. And we want 199. Plus probably a little bit of cargo, I guess. Well, we look at a zero fuel weight of 98.5. So let's just pull that up till we have 98.5. 2 tons of cargo. So for the fuel, we said we wanted to take along 8.5, so if they have 8.9 here, that's fine with me. The Air Force is generous, we got money to spend. Alright, aircraft loaded. Perfect, then let's go ahead and feed our computers. So, what are we gonna do? We are in Nuremberg towards Cologne, and our planned ultimate is gonna be Nuremberg once again. Cost index 30, cruise level 240, and we are the German Air Force 519er. Cruise wind 150 at 23. So, depart Nuremberg, runway 28, and we have a departure via Ibaga. So, insert that, then Yankee 101 Osbit, from there we'll fly Lima 984 ASCII. And from there, Tango 840 Golko. And finally, in Cologne, let's do the ILS approach for runway 24 with the Golko 24 transition. That is about as straight in as it gets. Then let's go ahead and do our performance setup. So we have 98.7. The fuel, well, we can take that from here, is 8.9. And finally the CG 29.1. Alright. Then takeoff data, let's go ahead and do a little bit of mathematics. So, Tora 2706, it's dry. From a QDM we can get that from here. Let's have a look into weather. So it's 020 at 2. Temperature 6 and 1031. Takeoff weight 107.5. Wow, that is really heavy for such a short flight. Flaps 1515, anti-ice will be on, air conditioning as well. Calculate. 57 degrees, 134, 136 and 150, okay. Then 134, 136 and 150 will go up here. I wonder why the trim switches always trip off, because if they're off, then our FCU is off as well. Here we go, 150. Okay, acceleration altitudes, we're at 1,000 feet, so let's make that 2,100 each. Okay, and that is the FMC setup completed. Then quick check of the rest of our cockpit, and then we are all ready to go. So, seatbelts on, the lights remain all on for now, hydraulics all normal, flight recorder ground control can go on. Those lights up here are fine, anti-ice off, that's on. Here everything is set and off. And over here everything is set. Let's turn the pumps on since refueling is finished. Alright, that's set over here. Probe heat can go on. The pressurization system is an automatic, and up here we can dim the annunciators because it is going to get rather dark on our departure. And everything set there as well. Looking at 7,000 feet, the minimums can go back to -5 and off. Altimeters are set. Let's put the bug to the airfield elevation. That will help us with the determination of the acceleration altitude. We said we do flex takeoff at 57. Yes, at 57. Destination elevation 300 feet in Cologne. And that is pretty much this part completed. GCAS to above. And we are done. Okay. Then let's go ahead with the before start checklist down to the line. Cockpit prep completed, signs on and auto. Fuel quantity 8.9 tons, navigation checked set, landing elevation 300 feet set, altimeters 1031 reading 1030, brake anti-skid normal and on, before start checklist completed down to the line. So it's going to be startup right on stand, I guess. There is a mashallah waiting over there already. And what do I read in the comment there, Metal Eye? Boeing has just released the MAX 10. Really? Did they get it certified now? That would be amazing. Neil MUK, doesn't the departure on the EFB show in red out of limits? No. So, what you see up here is just the point where you are going to rotate, where you're going to reach V2. The red you see up here is just to remove that keyboard. Apart from that, everything is within limits here. Okay, then let's call tower and get our clearance. Oops. That's better. Nuremberg Tower low, German Air Force 519, information Oscar, request startup.
German Air Force 519 Nuremberg Tower, servus nochmal, information Oscar, correct, startup approved, cleared Cologne aerodrome, Ibaga 2 kilo departure, flight plan route, time asset, correction climb, flight level 70, score 1000.
German Air Force 519 is cleared to Cologne via Ibaga 2 kilo departure, flight plan route, climb by set flight level 70, score 1000.
German Air Force 519, climb flight level 70, correct.
Flight level 70, German Air Force 519er. That's what it said, wasn't it? Anyway, 70 set, we have the Ibaga 2 kilo and the Squawk 1000 is in. Okay, then. Starting up the APU. Should have done that earlier, that is gonna take a while. But in the meantime we can do a quick departure briefing. So, threats for the departure, well, the taxi is a bit of a thing since we have quite a wingspan. Apart from that, I don't really see any threats to this one. So, aircraft is in a good shape, no temps, nothing. Weather is coming down to IMC, but for the moment, still alright. And that's really it. So, in the FMC, Nuremberg to Cologne, German Air Force 519 at flight level 240. For the taxi, it's going to be out to the right hand side there, and then we go via Mike 3, Mike 2, and then to the runway via Alpha. Our departure, Ibaga 2 kilo, is fairly straightforward as well. Let's have a quick look on the plan page. As you can see, 1500 feet, Delta November 278, and then a right turn out towards Ibaga. Departure frequency is going to be Unicom, and we will... Actually, departure frequency 129.525. Okay, perfect, even better. So 129.525, and we contact him after takeoff. And that's pretty much it. Any questions about the departure briefing? No? Very good. Then APU looks like it's just about starting. We've done the checklist, so we are pretty much ready to go. Just about waiting for the APU startup to finish. Looks like it's done. APU running. Done. Power can go. Everything in here can prepare for pushback and departure. Doors are closing. Okay. Then we have startup clearance. Let's go. Before start checklist below the line. Windows, doors closed, beacon on, and park and brake idle. Before start checklist complete. Let's start engine number 2. And 2. All press, and 1. Metal Eye, I'm still mad at myself. Considered buying Bitcoin in 2008 and I didn't. Yeah, so am I. Back then I had like 3 bitcoins for, you know, something, and all of a sudden I should have kept them instead of spent them on an ice or something like that. Starting 1. That's so bad I can't even think about it. So we have N2, oil press, and 1. And we have 2 good engine starts. ABS is definitely needed. Flat 15. Debrick armed. And I think we're just gonna do the flight control track here while we're standing at the gate. That's just gonna make things easier on taxi. So, pull up, pull down, neutral, full left, full right, neutral, and the rudders, full left, full right, neutral. For the trim, we need... Come on. 0.1. Like this. Okay, after start checklist. Pitch trim, set, rudder trim, 0, spoilers, arms, left flaps, 15. Decom status, checked, anti-ice, on, hand signal received, after start checklist. Delete. German Air Force 519, request taxi.
German Air Force 519, taxi from runway 28 via November 4, Mike 3, Mike 2, Alpha.
German Air Force 519, taxi order point runway 28 via November 4, Mike 3, Mike 2, Alpha. Okay, so taxi routing is briefed, straight out, right turn, then across the aprons. I'll just about turn the landing lights on here, because otherwise we just hardly see anything. So, that looks about alright to me. Somebody asked me if we can turn those off earlier on. I hope this answers your question. I'll just keep them slightly on. Okay. Park and brake is off. Brake check. Pressure 0. Seriously? Hey, what's going on? I can't steer my plane anymore. No. Come on. Ah, that's better. Whoopsie. Good job, Microsoft. Looks like when you're holding the right mouse key to look around and the message comes on at that point, you can't do anything anymore except for hitting escape. So that's how I just saved it. I had to hit escape to go into the menu and then I got my mouse back. That lovely little bug that we just saw there. That's like, boy, why can't they fix that? And here we go again. Does that fit behind the 777? I don't think so. But I don't care either. Then, before takeoff, checklist down to the line. Flight controls, check, briefing, confirmed, left flaps, 15, performance, FMAs. So we have a flex takeoff at 57 degrees and the FMA is set. Actually it's not. Profile. No, it is. Okay, takeoff config check, transponder set, before takeoff check is complete, down the line. That's Mike 2 over here. Again, really? So we take green lights over here. Now we can see where we are going, so the lights are going up. Or rather, the lights are going back to normal taxi settings. Which is incredible, you hardly see anything. Let's check that from the outside. Yeah, from the outside it looks kind of okay, but... well... we've seen better. We have seen better. German Air Force A310, runway 20, clear for takeoff. Okay then, transponder lights. And below the line, cabin secured, TCAS Terra, packs, off, ignition, off, and APIs on. Okay, are you guys ready? Takeoff thrust set indications normal. One and a half. You are rotate. Positive rate. You're up. So let's do one more on autopilot. Climb thrust is coming. Flaps up. Let's retract. Flight level 38, climb flight level 70 off the takeoff checklist. Slats and flaps, retracted, landing gear, up neutral, packs, on, and altimeters. 525, German Air Force, 519 servos. Here we go. Low, German Air Force 519, passing flight level 57.
German Air Force 519, München radar green identified, temp flight level 130.
Flight level 130, German Air Force 519. Set, 130 checked. let's get the lights on. Okay. So, last sector of the day. Paco, can't believe it's free on Microsoft Flight Simulator. Yep. It's so cool, this aircraft. And quick wing view. We'll do that as soon as we're outside of the controller's airspace, okay? And I have a feeling we can start reducing our vertical speed here. Give me 2,000 feet a minute. So, lights off, signs off. And that's it. And you're gonna get your wing view in a moment, okay? As soon as he gives us away to the next controller or to Unicom. But currently we're so close to the cleared altitude. And 1,000 feet a
German Air
minute.
Force 519 are leaving my airspace. No further ATC service available. Monitor Unicom 122.879. Bye-bye.
122.8, German Air Force 519, bye. Okay, that's good. Then let's quickly go to a nice waypoint called Ass Cake. Insert. And then climb Flight Altitude also. Set. 240 blue, profile. And up we go. Okay, so I promised you a little wing view. So let's go to the back and do our little wing view. Let's see, where can we see the wing properly? Something over here maybe? Well, I guess that's a little dark. Let me quickly go back to the front and put the wing lights on. Should hopefully be better with the wing lights. Yep, it is better with the wing lights, even though not all that much. But I would say this is quite an okay-ish view. And Metal Eye, I absolutely have to second that. Thanks to Microsoft for buying this for us. And Super Grumpy, I cannot find the button for the overhead background lights. Let me try to find that. And first, a node prober. Let's see, one iconic view, viewing the wingtip fence. Let me see if we can find, you know, something at least. Maybe this is something for you? Oh, one in the cabin beam the flaps. Okay, let's move a little bit further backwards and see if we can get better beam the flaps. Here we go. Is that what you're looking for? And Ilari, Amy, are failures included in this one, like in the X-Plane version? To be honest, not 100% sure, but let's go and find out. Sorry, no problem. We have to move back to the office. After all, we're being paid to fly up front there. The cabin is beautiful in here. The cabin is really beautiful. Probably one of the best parts of the aircraft. And that means a lot, since the systems definitely are... No, autopilot disconnect. Why did it do that? Well, well. Then let's bring it back to the roof manually. Not sure what exactly the flight director is doing there either. Let's do it easy. Vertical speed 1000. Heading north and present heading. Autopilot. That's better. So then, direct to, ASCII, insert, nav, and profile. I'll have to wait till we're level before we can press that. Takeoff below, we want the larger range. And back to profile. Okay. So, we had two questions there. Number one of them was how to illuminate the overhead panel. Now, we do have the backlight of the overhead panel available down here. So that's these switches. And then, can we actually light it up like, make it completely bright? Well, that's a bit more difficult. We can switch the dome light brightness selector into bright here, then you get this. And this is probably the best you're gonna get. At least I haven't found any other means to illuminate the overhead panel. Then again, the question of course is, why would you want to? In the 737, the only thing you have is the dome light as well, and honestly, why would you want to illuminate an overhead panel? You know where the switches are because they have their backlighting anyway. Just see this. So you know where the switches are anyway. And for the pedestal it makes sense to have lighting down here because things can fall down on it. But if you're in a position where things can fall down on your overhead panel, then you probably have better stuff to do than finding those things, if you know what I mean. So yeah, that's that. Then the other question was, do we have failures available? Well, I'm not 100% sure to be honest, but let's have a look into the EFB. I guess if we have failures, then we have to have them here. That's a little bright. It doesn't look like we do. If anybody knows better, please tell me, but it doesn't look like we have failures available.
Lufthansa 125.
Yeah, we're still on the departure frequency.
Climb flight level 19.
Let's set that back to Unicom.
Climbing flight level 19.
Better. Okay, so it does not look like we have failures available. But Metal Eye, yes, there are failures according to the trailer in the Italia, and explain there on the FMS. Okay, then let's have a look on the FMS. Menu? No. If we press the engine out key? Well, that doesn't seem to be like a triggering of failures, so let's clear that. Where would I find the failures on the... Where would I find the failures on the X-Plane version? Could of course be that it's just using the default Microsoft Flight Simulator failure. And Aljon, does the A310 have open and managed climb? Sort of. It has the level change button, so that does the same thing. So level change more or less is open climb and profile is managed. Clear that. And let's see if there's any air traffic control online in Cologne. Yes, there is. Very good. So that's gonna be 13565 then. And of course he does not have an ATIS. That's not surprising. Okay, well then let's do what they do in real life. Shortly before ass kick, direct tabum. Then we'll just call the controller straight away. And he can tell us what we can expect. Langradalo, German Air Force 519, Flak 240 in Montalvo.
German Air Force 15, German Air Force 519, London radar, hello, identified, 40 direct Golfo.
Very Golfo, German Air Force 519. Okay, and 2 Golfo. Insert. Okay, well, then let's quickly start our setup. He hasn't told us anything, but I don't really care either. In the end, I'm fairly sure if we request from A24, we are gonna get it. And Ilari, there's a failure submenu in the main FMS menu in X-Plane, but seems like they haven't implemented them yet. Yeah, seems like it, so... We check that once more. Main menu. No failures in here. No.
German Air Force 1024, confirm requested of it?
Okay, 529.
Requested 300.
That's a DH of 200 feet.
Time 300, 1024.
Then we have 539 in here as well. 540-ish, that's good enough.
598, that is out of my airspace.
In here we have Volvo level 110, yep, and then Phuket 3000, 188 knots, that's all good enough for me. Perfect, so... Then there was a question earlier on if you can find the distance to the upper descent anywhere.
Contact Bremen, 128.5, thanks to
but it doesn't look like it. At least not that I can see.
For Cologne, do you prefer runway 24 or 1
German Air Force 519, request runway 24.
Roger, German Air Force 519, expect ILS runway 24, direct Delta Kilo 554.
Expect ILS 24, direct Delta Kilo 554, German Air Force 519. Perfect.
Hello.
Direct 2, Delta Kilo 554, just like in real life. That's how they do it in Cologne. And that brings us directly to the top of descent, so let's request our descent.
Direct Odin, flight level 350, Defense 790.
German Air Force 519, request descent.
519, defense flight level 130.
Descent flight level 130, German Air Force 519. Okay, set. So you set that to pull it. Oh yeah, profile speed, profile descent. But where's my enough path? Looks like the enough path has just vanished. Anyway, let's see what's gonna happen. This one still starts the cruise. Or we'll monitor it. We'll monitor it and see what's gonna happen. So then 1091, that is the correct frequency, and for
Langen, hello, rescue 63.
Okay. So now we have a enough path again. Very good.
German Air Force 519, for your vertical standing, you can expect Delta Kilo 554 and 4 knots.
German Air Force 519. yeah, sorry if I mispronounced that. Too bad the external cockpit geometry is rather off. Would have been nice to fly once they fixed enough data issues. I guess you mean that the struts in front of the windows here are rather small, do you? I did notice that as well. That doesn't, like, look entirely correct. But, to be honest, we don't really see it in the standard views. I mean, yeah, it's here, but in my opinion it's acceptable, so that does look rather okay to me, honestly. I mean, it's not correct, you're right on that, but it's not too bad either. Indy Larry, anyway, having an aircraft of this fidelity in as a base aircraft is quite awesome. Yes, it is. It really is. Okay, so another check.
Sagen Hallo, Rentier 63.
Yeah, auto brake helps. We can just put that too low, we'll locate the runway at the end anyway. So, at the end, what we're gonna do is we'll vacate the runway at the end, then turn off to the right hand side, and that is gonna lead us directly to the military apron. It is indeed wonderful, don't get me wrong, just a small blemish on an otherwise outstanding add-on. Yeah, no worries though. That's true. Maybe they can fix it in a future version, even though I kinda doubt it because it would mean a major reprogramming. But nonetheless, you know, it would of course be nice if that was correct. However, I have to add on top of that, in here we just have the windows strut wrong. If I look at the A320 and everything that's wrong in there, the default 320, then this is very acceptable. Very acceptable. The default 320, the whole glare shield is entirely wrong. That's why I could never really fly the fly-by-wire A320, because it just looked so incorrect and we had it right in the middle of the stream all the time. Just look at the Phoenix, they got the model correct. And Stefan, have you found the go levers yet? According to the FCO, there are two small rods between the thrust levers under the handles. To be honest, have I found them yet? Probably. It's gotta be these two, I guess, then, huh? Probably these two. Well, that's just a guess. And well, go levers is an interesting name for what's basically a toga button. But well, you'll take it. You'll just take it. Yannick, the fly-by-wire glare shield just beeps. Yep. It does. Well, it's not the fly-by-wire, it's the default Asobo model that beeps. Okay, so let's do the rest by hand. Let's see how good the flight director works in this one. We'll try to follow it. That is some lovely oscillations that the flight director is introducing there. Look at that. It's going up and down and up and down and up and down. No, my friend, I've seen enough. I'm gonna ignore you. And look at that. All of a sudden, when I just keep the pitch steady, the flight director stays steady as well. That's lovely.
Bravo, descent flight level 50, right of defense, 1000 feet per minute of rate.
Descent flight level 250 and 2000 feet operator using for Bravo.
German Air Force 519er descent altitude 5000 feet, QNH 1030.
German Air Force 519 is at 5000 feet, QNH 1030. Okay, set. 5000 check, set altimeter 1030, we're passing 10.6 descending 5000, no flag stand by set. So, how many miles do we have to run? 24. So based on that I would say that we are pretty high. But this one just has 300. Well, let's try to play the game, let's see where this leads us. The worst case, we'll just have to do it on it. I want to see where that automation is bringing us. It's not very hard to see that we are too high. And not just 250 feet too high as this is indicating. I mean, after we 3000 in Cockpit, that is 12 miles. So we somehow still have to lose like a little bit of airspeed here. If we're reaching 5000 down here, we are never ever problem with that. That doesn't seem right. That certainly doesn't seem right. Approach checklist. Fine. That. German Air Force 519, descent 3000, QNH 1030 via 554 in Cockpit, cleared LS24. Now let's have more drag. That just took ages. Let's give it the drag. And approach checks again, signs on, briefing confirmed, ecam status check, altimeters 1030 set. Minimums 539, ignition off, and landing elevation 300 set. Approach checks complete. We need full speed brake here. That is a high energy approach a la carte. Even though with the rate of descent at which this thing is going down, I have a feeling that we can still easily make it.
London radar contract 34, Foxtrot Tango.
But overall, that kind of guidance was not very convincing. Glider alive.
Continue first, heading descent level 100. Information X-ray, Führern, expect vector silence.
Glide slope alive.
Continue present heading, flight level 100, information X-ray, and vector down at runway 14 left. Contract 3 from Foxtrot Tango. Warthog 9er, Sierra, proceed direct to Flugbild.
Direkt zu Flugbild, 1 Meter.
reduce speed a little bit more so that we can get the flaps out, and then we're gonna get this aircraft down.
Can 1849 radar, USS identified, number 737.
So, slots 15. And I have a feeling we need to land here anyway, so let's go gear down.
Descent flight level 70, contact 34, Patron. German Air Force 519 on wind 20 knots, landing. KLM 1849 and direct moving.
Okay, so flaps 15.
Alpha, you are in airspace, monitoring Indigo 128, thank you very much, bye-bye.
Flaps 20. And flaps 40, landing checklist. Landing gear lever. Down. Auto brake. On low. Any skids. On. Slats flaps 30 and 40. And spoilers. Armed. Landing checklist complete. Okay, it wasn't nice, but just about at the landing gate, 500 feet, and we are stable. Approaching minimum.
Left wing 320,
And minimum continue.
Bravo, contact 129 and decimal 575.
Contact 129er 575, for Bravo, stand.
129er 73, contact Bremen 128.75.
Yeah.
Speed break up. Thrust as normal. 100 knots. Auto brakes off. 80 knots. And we'll let it roll all the way to the end. Did I forget to turn those lights on? Yeah, I did. Well, that's what the pilot monitoring is good for.
Alpha Lima Bravo, nach dem Abflug verlassen Sie die Kontrollzone über Sierra, Rechtsum nach dem Start genehmigt, Wind 130 Grad Tiefgrund, Hüfte 1.
That's an interesting taxi line here.
Contact 34, Foxtrot Tango, defense altitude 3000 feet to the proximity. Descent flight level 3000 feet, inclination.
Okay, runway indicated.
Contact 34, Foxtrot Tango. German Air Force 519, taxi by Bravo to the military apron. Schönen Abend, ciao, ciao.
German Air Force 519, taxi by Bravo to the military apron. Thank you for controlling, ciao. Yeah. Okay, I'm just gonna do the quick cleanup while we're standing here, and after that, this time I'm definitely not gonna forget starting the APU. So, after landing checklist, flap slats, retracting, transponder, standby, weather radar, off, Spoilers disarmed, APU start, after landing checks complete. Okay, then, next to the left. Looks like we're saving some taxpayer money once again. That thing is not very well lit. Okay, there should be a taxi line somewhere to the left. With the emphasis on should. Yeah, here it is. Literally, how bad can you make a taxi line? Yes. But anyway.
2,500 feet per minute, please.
Roger, 2,500 per minute, cab
6-cylinder, quite sporty. Yep, definitely. But all legal, all within the given limits. So we've been stable at 580 feet. I need to emphasize that. 580 feet above the ground have been stable, so it was legal to continue this one. Right, so all the way forward to the bar, which should be somewhere here. Let's see. So, parking brake set, APU is not yet available. Here we are, APU running. And engines shut down. GSX, you don't need to open, I don't want to. I don't like you. So, both engines below 20. Okay, parking checklist. APU bleed. On, engines, off. Differential pressure, 0. Lights and signs, off. Fuel pumps, off. And park window and probe heat, off. Parking brake and shocks, set. Parking checklist complete. Alright, so here we have it. The Inibil's A300. And that's my first 6 sectors completed on it. So with all of that flown now, let's come on, get off that ATC frequency. So with all of those sectors flown, let's go ahead and do a little bit of a debriefing on the actual aircraft and what my first impressions are. Well, my first impression is that my parking skill can still be improved. But that nose wheel is really far behind the pilot seat, so still gotta get a little bit more used to it. Alright, so, my first impression is that we have gotten an excellent, absolutely excellent aircraft. The 310 is absolutely payware quality. You could easily sell it for 50 or 60 bucks, and it would be absolutely worth the money. So, that is very well done. The flight model feels good. It's certainly fun to fly. The taxi model seems believable. The systems themselves are working pretty well on the normal operation. Now, we have seen, however, that there can be some issues from time to time, and what is GSX doing down there? So we have seen that there can be some issues from time to time with the systems, like the pressurization system especially is something that we've had some issues with. Now, going on from there, however, the vast majority of systems, at least on normal operations, is definitely working as they are supposed to do, which is very nice to see. And, well, VNAV was a little bit hot and high, to put it that way, seeing that we initially were just 200 feet off until it decided that all of a sudden it wanted to be a few thousand feet further down. But apart from that, nice impression. The sounds are convincing as well, definitely. So overall, I would very much recommend you, especially for the price point at which it comes, to try the Airbus out. Now, that's gonna be it for now. Thank you very much for watching, my friends. 4 sectors is definitely enough for a day flying. So thank you very much for watching, everyone. I'm looking forward to see you all again very soon. Until then, see you around and enjoy flying your new Airbus. Finally, if you do want to support the channel, you can do so through the Buy Me a Coffee link in the video description below, or by using the Super Chat or whatever else you have available on YouTube. But that's gonna be it. Thank you very much, and enjoy heading out to your own Airbus